इधर कुछ भी बोल, मैं बोलता हूँ तभी।
हेलो हेलो हेलो। परफेक्ट।
हाँ सर, ऑडियो जो तो
साहिल कैसे लगा रहे
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
लेडीज कॉमन रूम का चाबी किधर है?
उसको डाल दे पहले, माइक से डाल दे क्लाइंट में। हाँ उसको चेक कर तू, गेम में उठा के वापस करना ना तुम लोग के स्पीकर्स का माइक टेस्ट किया है तुमने किसी का? प्लीज़ पहले करो प्लीज़।
कौन बंद करके कौन गया है? खुला था इतने टाइम से, ट्रे किधर रखी है? कौन है कौन है? किसके पास है? अंजलि के पास है, अंजलि के पास है। ना कर दिया उसको बोलो किधर है? हाँ हाँ नहीं, उसको बोल उसका आईडी पूछा करेंगे। हेलो, चाबी है ना तेरे पास? ओए, मुझे रजिस्टर में नहीं डाला। नहीं नहीं, जो है वही डाल। जो काम दिया वाला
आई एम हैप्पी, मैं उससे ज़्यादा काम किया होता
कलर कलर किधर है?
मैं लास्ट में ही था।
कपड़े बदलने क्या होगा उसके कपड़े में?
देखना
आई थिंक इंडिविजुअल भी हैप्पी बर्थडे
रैम करो कुछ इधर कितना बजे से।
अच्छा वो रेजी डेस्क देखो
पैनलिस्ट
कितना लो इससे कर सकते हैं
स्पीकर सेशन नहीं होगा
नहीं
सिर्फ
नहीं वो नहीं,
पैनलिस्ट।
कितने बजे इवेंट है और कितने बजे तक है? रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं, इवेंट इवेंट।
रजिस्ट्रेशन ही तो चाहिए, उसको रजिस्टर करना है।
अरे बट वो अगर बैठे वो बोल रहे थे कितने बजे तक है।
सच में कर सकते हैं। उसको बोल अभी पद्मजा मैम का काम है तो आ जाना।
वो निकला कैमरा बंद हो जाएगा। अभी सुन 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 अभी मत वो चल रहा है तब तक चल रहा है आपको अच्छे से
इधर से एंट्री अलाउड नहीं है।
अरे नहीं वो हो गया तो डोंट वरी बात हो गया
सुन फर्स्ट रो ये दोनों ब्लॉक कर दे बाकी
हेलो हेलो हेलो। Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check.
मैं वहाँ पे इसलिए बोलूँ कि क्या चालू होगा ना।
इसमें कुछ बोल, रुक जा रमेश, कनेक्टेड तेरे से है?
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello. Hello. Very good afternoon to everyone present here. We would be commencing with the event. I would request everyone to put their phones on silent and settle down. A very heartfelt welcome to all people present here to the Apex Symposium. With SPTBI and technical support by AEA Mumbai chapter, we are truly grateful to each and every one of you for taking out your precious time for the symposium. With that being said, let's get Apex started. I'm your host for the day, Om Pandey, and alongside my incredible co-host Mehak Parmar, we are absolutely thrilled to have all of you here today.
Thank you for the sweet intro, but enough formalities. Let's talk about something more productive. Let's talk about something that's been a driving force behind some of the world's biggest changes: innovation. In today's fast-paced world, innovation isn't just a buzzword. It's the heartbeat of progress, whether it's the way we communicate, work, or even how we create. The spark of innovation has transformed industries and redefined possibilities.
Exactly, Meg. And when innovation meets ambition, that's when the magic happens. Enter the startup culture. Startups are more than just companies, they are movements. They are powered by people just like you all present here, young minds with fresh ideas and ready to change the game. And that brings us to today's theme. But before we start, I would just like to ask a very simple question. What is tomorrow? Anyone who would like to answer? What is tomorrow? What? Okay, so what tomorrow is? It's not something that is found. It's something that we create. The truth is, it's built. It's shaped by the actions that we take today, by the innovations we bring to life, and the ideas we get to explore. And with all that being said, the National Innovation and Startup Policy Council of Sardar Patel Institute of Technology brings to you Apex Symposium 2025, where we aim to craft tomorrow together. A huge round of applause, everyone.
Okay, so you may have already noticed or feel to check out the Instagram page of NISP where we've shared the flow for today's sessions. Additionally, we've got a mixer session from 5 to 5:30. These sessions are fantastic opportunity to network with some of the brightest minds in the rooms.
It is a great honor to welcome our esteemed Hello. It's a great honor to welcome our esteemed guests today. As a small gesture of our appreciation, we would like to present them with a bouquet of flowers. I request Jia Gudaka, the chairperson of NISP Council, to kindly present a bouquet to Padmaja ma'am. We truly appreciate your presence and valuable contributions. May I now invite you to say a few words on stage. A huge round of applause, everyone.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you must have done your lunch. So one small request, not to sleep. Yeah. We will have more interactive session little bit coming up very soon. And thanks for inviting me over here. It will be pleasure communicating with you all. So look forward to discuss with you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I invite Vice Chairperson Siddharth Poddar to present a bouquet to Kiran Talale sir. Next, I request Vice Chairperson Saurya Singh to present a bouquet to Rao sir. Next, I invite Tisha to present a bouquet to Renuka Pawar ma'am. I request Anjali to present a bouquet to Siddharth Chandra sir. A huge round of applause, guys, everyone. I request Kalan to present a bouquet to Vinod Sikka sir.
I'd like to call upon Shriya to sing the Saraswati Vandana with us.
Hello. या कुन्देनुतुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभुदेवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you.
For the inauguration, I'd like to call upon Dr. Padmaja Joshi, Dr. Y.S. Rao, Dr. Kiran Talale, Professor Siddharth Chandra sir, and Sakina Sheikh, our faculty mentor, for the lamp lighting. Sikha sir, if you could just join us.
A huge round of applause for them as they step forward to make the beginning of today's journey. Thank you so much, everyone. With that, we are officially set to dive into an exciting day ahead. I would like to call upon Dr. Renuka Pawar, ma'am, to start the event.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Renuka Pawar, on behalf of my capacity as a IIC president, I formally announce the APEX Symposium on. So keep innovating. Let's cheers to it. And congratulations to NISP team as well.
Thank you for your kind words, ma'am. Our first keynote session is on enterprise architecture and entrepreneurship. We are honored to have with us Dr. Padmaja Joshi, a renowned expert in the field. Dr. Padmaja Patwardhan Joshi is a senior director at the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, in Mumbai. She has been associated with CDAC for several years, contributing to various projects and initiatives. In 2018, she served as an associate director at CDAC Mumbai, where she delivered a presentation on paper reading and writing, emphasizing the importance of structured academic research and effective communication. Dr. Joshi's role as senior director involves overseeing projects related to these domains, ensuring the development and deployment of advanced computing solutions across various sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Padmaja Joshi on stage with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So have you heard about enterprise architecture? I will, rather than having keynote, would like to discuss with you because I feel that the topic will be useful when we interact. So have you heard about enterprise architecture? No. Okay. Whenever we are building some construction, okay, maybe the building of this college, do you know that there are civil architects involved into it? Have you heard? What is the role of those architects? What do they do? They plan the structure, right? Now, whenever they are planning, what all they have to think about? They might be looking at the structural ground, okay? What kind of ground it is, so how deep you will have to then dig up so that whatever building you are having, it will be able to hold strongly, right? Then it will, they will decide that how big architecture or you want to build. Depending upon that, they will decide where you will be having columns. Then the complete planning will be done when the first slab will happen, when the second slab will happen, what kind of cement you will be using, how many rooms you will be having, and so on and so forth, right? So every aspect the architect has to look at. After that, you know that if you want to go and stay over there, what you will be requiring a NOC. So which means that the architect also has to know about the rules and regulations which are applied by the government, right? Now, all of you, how many of you are from software background? Computer science, IT science, quite a few, right? Now all of you write programs? And tomorrow you will be going as a programmer, or if you are from startups, you might be building your own solutions or products, right? Have you heard about software architect? Why not? It's software engineering, right? So if we are engineer, which means we have to do the things in a certain fashion. There is a minor difference between software and hardware or civil and electrical engineer, right? Because software has some, what should I say, ambiguity or abstractness, which can change. However, in the hardware, you are having fixed manners. So you decide that, okay, if I'm doing this, after that I should be doing this. So you always create a design in the case of hardware, right? You remember that electronic, or rather electrical designing part, what you were having in year 1 of your engineering. So you used to design everything. Now, whenever any hardware person, let it be electronics or electrical or civil engineer, what they do, they first draw something on the paper that I want to build, let's say one radio. Then what radio will be requiring, what components it will require. It might be require some kind of a receiver, okay? You might be having typical frequencies with which you are going to adjust. You might be requiring some kind of a volume control, so I might require some kind of amplifier. I will be requiring some kind of a resistance so that the electric circuit comes over there. I will also be having some kind of a PCB which is grounded so that there will not be any shock happening, right? Your electric current will get grounded and so on and so forth. So you will first draw whatever circuitry you want on paper. What is the objective? The objective is you want to design a radio. It's a new idea for you, so you will be working on it. Maybe there will be certain hiccups, but still you know that these are the frequencies that you want to match with. Okay? These are the functionalities you want to look at. Whereas, what software engineers do? You have been given certain kind of an assignment that, okay, you have to create a Fibonacci series. What a programmer starts doing? I know Java, I'll start working in Java and I start writing a program. Do I do it on paper? Very rarely. Though it has been told to you that, okay, you can build the flowcharts. You first think there is software engineering concept where you have to understand your scope, your requirement first, and then decide that how many classes you will have, how many or what should be the relationship between those classes, what should be the functions, what should be the variables, everything. Do we write on paper first? Unfortunately, no. But if I want to become an engineer, don't you think there should be a proper process to be followed? Right? So architect is that who understand that what process I have to follow. And that's the reason when you enter into the industry, you are not immediately becoming an architect, you are first becoming a programmer or you are first a developer, where you are implementing circuits or you are implementing some design which is given by somebody else to you, right? So your seniors will be giving you maybe the class diagrams, maybe they will be giving you a template and then you are doing the programming. Why architect is more important? Because he's looking at multiple concepts over here. Now we know that, okay, there exists a civil architect or there exists, let's say, software architect also. Today I'm going to talk about enterprise architect. Okay, now what is that? We don't have any subject called as enterprise. We might be having subject called as software. We do have subject called as civil engineering. But I don't have enterprise engineering. Then what is enterprise architect? Right? Every organization, especially now if you are looking at startups, and in India we know that there are lots of initiatives. Under Make in India, we are currently continuously promoting startups so that maximum development can happen within India. We don't have to depend upon China or any other nation, and we do have that potential amongst us. What we require is only guidance, right? Because we have not done that before. So what we require, if you guide us that, okay, these are the steps to be taken, I will be able to have that indigenousness in my products and will be able to build the products. Now where the hiccups are? Hiccups are in guiding. What happens is, many times even during engineering, we look at the subjects as subjects. We don't look at them as the knowledge that we have to apply in our future, right? We learn so many subjects during our engineering. But how do we look at them? Is it going to give me the placement? Or is it going to give me how many marks? But what those marks are going to convey? Why are you learning a particular subject? Is that understanding is going to give you the strength to build something of your own. If you understand those concepts clearly, tomorrow you will be having your own design coming up. Okay? I feel that whatever you are learning in engineering is surely going to give you this kind of a knowledge where you can come up with your innovative ideas. Is that sufficient if you want to have your own startup? Unfortunately, no. Okay? What you will be able to do with the knowledge that you have gained through your engineering is develop certain product. How will you ensure that this product I am able to sell in the market? Because when you are having your own startup, obviously developing product is not the only thing. You want to earn money through that developed product, right? So I need to know that is the market looking for this kind of a product? today if I try to build a radio, maybe I will be able to use it like a toy. But will I be actually using it? Very rarely, because these days I do get apps. Instead of that, if I have a mobile app of radio, maybe it will work faster. Right? So you might be knowing that there are apps like News on Air, where all the channels you are able to connect, or there are multiple, if you Google it, there are lots of apps available which connect to the different frequencies all across the world, and we are now not limited only to India. We can connect anywhere, listen to the songs, listen to the drama or whatever is happening, news from anywhere in the world. So, whatever you are building, is it really required in the market? What you need to do is the market research, right? One part is market research. Okay, I have done market research, I understood the requirements, I created my own product. Will it always be sold? Not necessarily, unless and until you know the laws of that particular country. Okay, so if you are trying to say you are having some kind of model developed like Ram Mandir, and if I try to go and sell it in Abu Dhabi, maybe I'll be having much lesser clientele over there. But if I try to sell Ram Mandir in India, especially when it was actually created in UP, the sale would have been soared up high, right? What I'm trying to bring out is, when we are creating a startup, first thing, yes, you should have innovative idea. For having certain innovative idea, you have to know what the market wants, market is looking for. But at the same time, you should have knowledge about rules and regulations. What are the laws of that particular country? Okay, what you will be able to use. For example, today, few years back, if you are developing software, you were developing software, putting it on the website or somewhere on the cloud, everybody was able to use it. Today, you will not be able to host your software unless and until you have done the VAPT testing of it. What is VAPT testing? Vulnerability and penetration testing. Why do you require it? Because government says that you cannot host a website unless and until it is certified for security. This is the new law, right? So if I'm having a startup where I'm doing certain kind of software development and I plan to put it onto the cloud so that everybody can use it as a service, I will have to know that there exists a law, okay, with I have to do security audit. Now, can I do it from anybody? Of course not. There must be certain agencies which are empaneled. Again, what I require is a knowledge, right, that there exists something like this. If I have information about all these, then the chances of my success become much higher, right? Because I was having the information about my client, I was having information about my own product, I was having information about whatever are the rules and regulations associated with that product, then I'm going more prepared, okay? So what we are trying to do is we are trying to architect our own company to make it success, right? So going towards success is also a planned approach. You require to architect it. You have to engineer it. So far, we used to consider that whatever I am applying, that application of science is nothing but engineering. But it's not true. Application of any knowledge to do anything successful also comes under architecting it or engineering it. So you are engineering your company, then you are improving your success ratio. Okay? What enterprise architecture says is exactly this. Okay? It can be simple thing. Like I want to organize event of Apex Symposium. Can I apply enterprise architecture over here? And the answer will be yes. Because here you will be finding out how many students or how many staff or how many startups I'm going to call. So I will get a fair idea that, okay, the students and staff will be around 75 to 100, fine. Then the hall near S.P.I.T is sufficient for me, right? So your planning is based on your requirements. Secondly, will you be requiring some kind of permissions if you want to take this hall, or if you want to have this kind of a Apex Symposium, right? You have to know the rules and regulations. Now, what enterprise architecture tells you is what you should be doing. It is a complete guideline, you can say. Now, is that guideline written that, okay, go for booking of the hall or identify how many people? No, nothing of that kinds. What enterprise architecture tells is what is your vision, what is your objective, okay? And with your vision, how you are going to achieve your objective becomes your mission. So, 4 years engineering course, let's say it's a mission, or rather vision of S.P.I.T, that these are the engineering education I am going to impart to the students, is my vision. Under that, you will be having that, okay, there are 4 years for every faculty, and now planning all these 4 years becomes the mission part of it. Now in each one of them, you are going to do the planning, what activities you are going to have under this. So what we say, that if the organization is saying that, okay, I am a cyber security organization, then I will be developing all the products are of cyber security related. Okay, will I be then talking about only cyber security products, or if I'm working on cyber forensics, which can be useful for police, also fall under this or not? What is my vision? And how I'm going to put that as a mission is we ourselves deciding. But enterprise architecture says that there is a layer. If you have vision, also define your own mission. You can keep on adding missions, or you will have to change your vision. Okay? Now, if this is the mission, what is going to be your business strategy for it? How will you attain the success? So you start discussing amongst your people, setting that, okay, for this, I need to take these steps. So for example, for this, I'm going to require TV, I'm going to require mic, I'm going to require, let's say, Samai, and so on and so forth. Right? Now, all this you are jotting down. So in the industry, what we say, that suppose I have to build a radio, what I'm going to require? I'm going to require a PCB. I'm going to require the permissions to utilize certain kind of frequencies. I will be requiring the hardware which is required, maybe amplifiers, maybe the box for the radio, and all these things which are required, right? That becomes your data. What technology you are going to use into it? Okay, you might be requiring soldering over there, you might be requiring certain kind of designs, so you will be having layers which will tell you how to go about it. And then when you look at the enterprise architecture, it's a layered kind of thing. It tells you, you do have application, you do have business, you do have technology that you are using, you have data, you have security, and security vertical is in every aspect. Now based on that security, maybe you are defining your rules and regulations for your own organization. Okay, so what is enterprise architecture? Is nothing but a 360-degree understanding of your organization. So if I want to start my own company, what I will say is, what kind of a company I want to start with? Okay, do I want to have some kind of a Swiggy or Zomato kinds? Maybe I want to start one company like Swiggy, but I don't want to get connected with all the hotels, because that is normal kind of thing. Every Swiggy, Zomato, there are multiple apps which are providing this kind of a service. I want to do homemade food delivery, okay, which will give maybe business to many housewives who are really good cooks, and that will actually help them earn some money, but they are not able to connect with people or clients. Okay, so my vision is provide, or it's a delivery kind of a app that I'm going to build, maybe a platform. That is what is my company, let's say. Then what all I will be requiring for it? I first have to register myself. So I have to know about the laws related to it. Secondly, if I'm getting connected with maybe housewives, I will have to have the portal or some way they can connect with me. And every day they are able to change their food menu. Now, normally, if I go to the hotels, it is comparatively unlimited. They can cater to as many people as they want. Maybe the housewives may not be able to deliver that way. They might say that, okay, I will be able to provide the food, whatever I am making today, for 10 people. So this kind of a thinking process which is coming in our mind has to be documented, because, and why this is coming, because this becomes my business layer of my overall enterprise architecture. My architecture told me, whenever I was designing this, my company, that what I want to do, I felt that I want to develop some kind of app, because I feel I know lots of delivery people and I am very good in building a mobile application. Will that be sufficient? I can build a very good mobile application where I will create a platform and I can connect with housewives. But am I good in marketing? How will I make other mothers or housewives to know that, or caterers, to know that, okay, this is what is for homemade delivery, something like this is available. Okay, so I require some person who understands marketing strategies, right? So there will be another layer in the business, marketing part of it. Getting it? And then comes the implementation part of it. So you might develop one app, but what are the related regulations when you are serving food have to be considered under this. What enterprise architecture tells you is these kind of different layers. Okay? First becomes your organization's mission and vision, okay, for which you are creating your own business layer, which will tell what business you want to do, how do you want to do it. Then comes its implementation layer, which is nothing but the application layer of it, for which then you can have different technologies also associated with it. For example, I might say that since I am attending to only housewife or people who are working, so I might do only Android application. But then I realize that most of the working even people around that areas or something are youngsters, okay, maybe from IT industry and all, who are staying away from home but want to have homemade food so that they will not fall sick every now and then eating outside. So what will be the phone they will be using? If you look at the current population, they might be using iPhone. That is favorite most of the places, right? I see many of my juniors having much better iPhones than my Android phone. So basically, I cannot just create an app only for Android. I will have to design it for iPhones also, right? So maybe the technology what I was earlier planning to do was through a normal Android app, I might go for Flutter. So that once I develop an app, it will be applicable onto Android as well as onto iPhone. So in one go, I decide my technology to be Flutter, right? Now the third thing is, whenever I am building this app, how should I market it? One possibility was, I give the paper advertisement, but is this the thing that will work today? No, I would prefer to make use of social media. So I decided that, okay, I will start posting it onto Facebook. But then I realized that people who are going to eat the food may not be available on the Facebook. They are more prominently using Instagram. Because again, the new generation, if you look at, they will find advertisements more catchy if you are having on Instagram. So they will be able to notice you better if you are putting it on Insta. All these choices, what I'm discussing right now with you, these choices start coming in front of you when you start doing planning. And if you have planned your business initially itself, the chances of becoming it more and more successful increase a lot. Because here it is not, after you develop an app in Android, it does not come to your mind that, oh, I did the development, but I realize now that my whole people are on iPhone and they are not able to access it. This is a very small example that I'm taking, okay? This kind of a realization can come to your mind much before you start development. And that's the reason why you should be going for architecting your plans. today I was discussing with Aarti ma'am also that we feel that in education there should be enterprise architecture as one of the subject. The reason is it will start building this kind of a culture in your mind that I don't have to jump and immediately do programming. I first have to plan the things, understand what the client really wants, then go for it. Many times you really do have very good ideas, and I have seen that students really have very innovative ideas. But then why don't we get those startups successful? What are the things which are failing? Is understanding of all those critical aspects which maybe one person is not able to think about. Okay, where will I get a financer from? Now, for example, if I'm building this Swiggy kind of an app for homemade food, okay, where am I going to get the delivery people from? Okay, the food might be for 10 rupees, but maybe I will have to charge 25 rupees for delivery. Understanding those kind of businesses, or rather finances behind your business, is equally important than that of just developing a product. Sometimes the product development or manufacturing is much easier, but sustaining it becomes difficult. Okay, so when you are thinking about an organization, if you plan organization, there are possibilities of success which are more than 70%. But in an unplanned man, it goes on to 50-50 me. I may succeed, I may not succeed. So what I suggest is study enterprise architecture from that perspective. There are multiple frameworks, not necessarily you have to spend money on for that, but it is worth understanding the importance of planning and architecting it. You know, there are quite a few students who understand that what they want to do in future. Okay, and then they plan accordingly. I have seen my son doing this kind of a thing. Like, I want to achieve this, so what all steps I'll be requiring? He wanted to become pilot. And in 10th standard, he told me that, okay, he wants to become pilot. And we were like, where does it come from? All of us are from engineering background. Ye kahan se aa gaya beech mein? And we have no knowledge of it. Was more of a scary part of it. But then we realized that the way he was planning, it was, यहाँ पे मुझे ये टेस्ट देने पड़ेंगे, यहाँ पे जाके मुझे कैडेट प्रोग्राम मिलेगा, these are the institutes, इतना खर्चा आएगा, who will be able to give me the loan, and all that work when it was done, today I know he is becoming successful. You will be able to attain whatever is your objective or goal if you plan the things. If you start taking interest, you will start looking at 360 degrees. कि मुझे अगर पायलट बनना है तो मेरा मेडिकल हेल्थ 100% ऑल द टाइम अप होना ही चाहिए. ओके, इफ माई पैरामीटर्स आर थोड़ा भी इधर उधर होते हैं, आई एम लूजिंग माई चांस ऑफ बिकमिंग पायलट. ये उसको अगर नॉलेज नहीं है, ही विल नॉट बी एबल टू टेक केयर ऑफ इट. सो वॉट एवर आर योर विजन, वॉट एवर आर योर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, they will guide you what all you require to plan. And I feel that for the startups, it is most essential part, that whenever you are starting your own company, think of it in a 360 degrees, have first vision clear about it. When you are having vision, divide it into smaller missions that you would like to have to attain your vision. For every mission, create your own business plan. For the business plan, understand what kind of application you will be creating, or application of it, how will you be doing. So designing part of it. What technology you will be going for, why you are going for it. What will be the data for it. Data, the way I said that it can be different for. Data is not every time related to AI. It can be like today's data can be this lamp, it can be television, it can be this mic, it can be chairs, it can be this hall. So whatever is your data, you have to design that data plan. And then understanding the security aspects of it, laws and rules and regulations of it. If you have this structure created in your mind, the chances of you becoming successful increase drastically. Okay, and so I feel that enterprise architecture helps in these kind of things. So there is a concept called as enterprise architecture, okay, which I wanted to introduce to all of you, that it's not that architecting is only a part of engineering, it is also a part of your life. You can enterprise architect your own career, or you can plan your own life through enterprise architecture. Okay, so try to apply it to anything. We have done small programs also through enterprise architecture, because if that program becomes or gives you a certain vision, then there are smaller steps that you can take. I would also like to take this opportunity today to introduce you India's enterprise architecture. A few years back, we started working on India's enterprise architecture, especially for the digital governance part of India. And we evolve with India. Its name is also India, but now the spelling is different. It is INDEA. Okay, EA stands for enterprise architecture. So it is INDEA. And the 2.0 version is been coming. Now your NEP, what you are introduced into this, that was a part of India 2.0. So Education Ministry had applied India 2.0 into education domain. Okay, and they are planning it accordingly itself. So how the progression should be and so on. Currently, it is also getting implemented for health domain. You might have heard now about Aadhaar card and all. That was the evolution through this enterprise architecture which has evolved. Certain states have actually implemented India. Manipur is one of them. It's for digital governance. I will not talk about Manipur and the incidences in Manipur, but it is about the digital governance, which is application building in digital governance, which is coming under India. So I feel that it's not just us, but even the nation, even the government is thinking in an organization manner, okay, about our country, that how various parts of our country also can be planned with a vision. Okay, it's not that in ad hoc manner, I started one program today, tomorrow it is being closed. It should be like, it is started with certain objective. Let's try to achieve that objective through a proper steps as such. Okay. Now, I know it's a little theoretical that way, but still apply it. It is worth applying. I would now introduce you to, we have started very recently one chapter called as AEA chapter. That is Association of Enterprise Architect. Okay. So we have started one Mumbai chapter of this, and we are having particular programs. So today in Apex Symposium, I think the guys introduced that and said that this Apex Symposium is also arranged along with AEA Mumbai chapter. So we do have Association of Enterprise Architectures all across the world. It is called as Global AEA, and we all are, myself, Aarti, we are already members of this Global AEA, and we are currently organizing or have multiple events under Mumbai chapter. So Global AEA also has even every nation-wise enterprise architecture. So we do have India Enterprise Architecture, which is a chapter. So India Enterprise Architecture is different, and India AEA chapter is different. So chapter is about all those enterprise architects in India. Not necessarily you have to be architect day one, but you are aspiring. You want to contribute. You want to become a part of it. Then you can become the member of any of these chapters. So I request you all to be a part of Mumbai Enterprise Architect chapter, AEA chapter. For students, there are special, what should I say, announcements done by even Global AEA. If you are mentioning while taking your membership for Global AEA as a student, mention over there that you are a part of Mumbai AEA chapter. It will be given at much lesser cost, around 500 rupees for a year to you. And if you want to become a part of AEA Mumbai chapter, which we are also opening for students, the fees for becoming the member is only 200 rupees for whole year. Okay, which is hardly any money. आप एक बार टैक्सी करके जाओगे तो भी उतना लगता है. So assume that one day you didn't come to the college. So okay, so that will be just for students. For professionals, again, AEA Mumbai chapter is only 500 rupees per year. So it's not much cost. But what we want to do is we want to spread this knowledge all across and share our experiences with each other so that all of us can attain better goals than that of whatever we were attaining earlier. That is the main goal behind this enterprise architecture lecture. So I hope I tried to make few concepts regarding enterprise architecture clear to you. Any doubts, any queries, please feel free. Yep.
How does one actually become an entrepreneur?
There are certain certifications also. Usually what happens is enterprise architecture is also a subject. Okay. There are certain certifications like TOGAF. There is a group called as the Open Group who every time have this TOGAF exams conducted for certification purpose. Currently TOGAF I think 9.2 is going on certification. There are classes for again becoming enterprise architecture, or there is a material provided by the Open Group for this. One is that part. Another is as you are working in the industry, slowly as you start understanding and planning the things better, you slowly start diverting yourself and start understanding what are the different frameworks available for enterprise architecture. So TOGAF is more of a certification kind of a thing, but it's not the only framework which is available. There are many standards available. You can use any one of them to understand better. Okay, and if you have any doubts, anytime you can join us. We do have sessions, we do have discussions. So it's not that, and we are looking for aspiring architects because we feel that that's a good way of becoming successful. And of course, if we want to have Vikasit Bharat in 2047, this is one step towards it. Yeah. Anybody, any questions? Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Padmaja ma'am, for such a wonderful and insightful session on enterprise architecture. I'd like to call upon Natasha Raul ma'am to give you a token of appreciation. Okay, until our next question, I'd like to ask the audience a few questions about the last session. So we talked about architecture before execution. So how do you suggest we resolve issues in stages of planning? Sometimes we hit hurdles, right? Anyone wants to answer this question?
You guys can just raise your hands or just stand up to answer. Anyone?
I think ma'am talked about the 12th chapter that she talked about how this session was there. I think whenever we are planning, what we learned most about in this session is before you execute, the most important thing is planning it out well and planning it out properly and then experimenting. So I feel during the planning stage, whenever we have issues, what we do is we talk to people around us. We talk to, as she said, there's a student chapter over there. So we attend such sessions where we can get insights. Whenever we have issues, we talk to people who have already gone through that stage, and then we move forward. Whenever we have a hindrance, and you can experiment. You can always experiment. Whenever there's an issue, you experiment, and then you move on. So whenever there's a plan, keep on doing that.
I would like to add over here. One part is normally whenever we do planning and this, things will work. But as I said that, okay, success becomes 70% instead of 50. If you want to go beyond that, always remember to take the feedback, improvise your systems. There are processes also. whenever you are building the things, improvise your processes. It's like FCS, that is feedback control loop, or subject. बैटरी डाउन होगा शायद.
Okay, so now we are transitioning into parallel sessions. I request all the Vision X participants to proceed to room 105. And we'll begin our next session in about 5 minutes.
Students participating in Vision X only. Vision X is the case study competition that's organized. Only people selected for the final round have to leave. Rest may settle down. Room number 401.
Guys, I request everyone to please settle down. If you want attendance, it will be only granted at the end of the day to all of you.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting on with the next session in the next 5 minutes. I request everyone sitting there to kindly shift here. Everyone sitting on the right, kindly come to the center. Please refrain from using your mobile phones in between the sessions. Kindly settle down, everyone. We are starting on with the next session. Students sitting on the extreme right, if you all could just come to the center, please. presented by Mr. Parvez Kudroli, a leading IPR attorney with over 2 decades of experience in protecting innovations. I- He's a software inventor, patentee, and registered patent agent with patents granted in India and the USA. With expertise in IPR strategy, patent drafting, and commercialization, he has guided numerous startups, inventors, and businesses in protecting their innovations. He is also a mentor at the Founders Institute, FI, and has conducted IP awareness programs at leading institutes like our very own Sardar Patel Institute of Technology, Manipal Institute of Technology, and MSME Development Institute. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Parvez Kudroli with a huge round of applause.
Do I need to use the mic? Can you hear without it, or you prefer I use the mic? Okay. Yeah, I'll use the mic. Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Parvez Kudroli. I work with Khurana and Khurana, as was mentioned. It's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to conducting this session on IPR and especially focusing a little bit on patents. We have very limited time, about an hour and 15 minutes, I think. नहीं तलेले सर या थोड़ा खींच लूँ 2 घंटा खींचूँ मैं तलेले सर हंस रहा है कुछ बोल नहीं रहे okay we'll try to like an hour 15 minutes 1.5 hours at the most we'll try and you know why I say this is because during the session anybody has any question on any of the things that we are discussing you can always raise your hand and ask the question or any point or thought you have. Or suppose I'm asking about something, I look for your inputs, ask something about what we are discussing on the slide, screen, what you see. So, you know, look forward to having your inputs and involvement, your queries and your thoughts about this. So that's why sometimes it might take a little extra time. Not that I like to talk long, you know, so that's not the reason. Okay, so let's begin the session. So, I'm not sure whether you people are already very familiar with IPR and patents. I have to go on the assumption that some of you might be, but some of you may not be. So we start with the basics and try to get a practical sense of what is the meaning of IPR or intellectual property rights, what are the main types, and then after looking at that, we'll come specifically to look at patents. And since this is an institute of technology, we'll also be looking at the question of software, protection of software or patenting or copywriting of software. I hope we have time to cover that because that I think is the last slide we have. Okay, so I hope we have the time. Okay, so let's go to the first slide over here. So this slide is titled Main 4 Intellectual Property Right Types. Okay. Now, first thing I would like to clarify is these 4 are not the only type of intellectual property rights. Apart from this, there are many other types of intellectual property rights. So apart from patents, industrial designs, trademarks, copyrights, there are other types of intellectual property rights also, like trade secrets, geographical indications, semiconductor layout designs, laws for protection of microorganisms, biological material, plant varieties, many other things, right? But these 4 are the ones we look at today because these 4 types are the ones that most of us will come across or will have to deal with in a professional or personal life, okay? And having an understanding of the difference between these types is very important, right? Also, the terminology like intellectual property right, IPR, intellectual property, patent, copyright, trademark, design, design registration. Very often people get confused between these terminologies, right? So how do we start is, first there was nothing and then something was created first. What gets created first? Intellectual property idea, okay? So intellectual, before you can have an intellectual property right, you must create an intellectual property. Something, some idea, some content, some concept, some know-how that you create. Now that is the thing that originates first, intellectual property. Okay. Now that intellectual property idea or knowledge or know-how that is created is unprotected. Okay. You want to get a right on that intellectual property in your name, that this idea belongs to me. This know-how belongs to me. Why do you want to say, why do you claim that it belongs to me? You want to get a right on that because you created it. If it's somebody else's property, you can't claim a right on it. But when you're creating some idea, some concept, some know-how, some content, then you want to have ownership or ownership right on that. And the problem with intellectual property and protection of intellectual property through a right is this. Unlike other physical tangible property, intellectual property, which comes in the shape of an idea, which you can write on paper, or a concept which you can write on paper, or some know-how which you can document on paper or an electronic medium, or some content which again is stored on paper or in electronic media. These are intangible things. This property, intellectual property, is intangible. You can also call it intangible property. Difficult to hold in your hand. Once you share the idea with somebody, the copy that they have of your idea or your know-how or your intellectual property is as good as yours. So they are immediately in possession of the same intellectual property. And then they can tell their friends, they can give it to people, and they start using it. So it's your creation. You have the feeling, I have come up with this idea, with this know-how, with this content. I should have ownership right. I should be able to decide who gets to use it, distribute it, or do whatever they want with it. It shouldn't be just because I tell somebody, and I can't spend all my life, I've created this idea, this intellectual property, I'll not tell anybody only. Can I do that? Do I have that option? I create it, it's in my head, maybe I prepared one document which I keep safely in the locker so that nobody reads, because once they read, they get a copy of it, then they'll distribute, then they might take some benefit out of it, share with their friends, and friends will share with their friends. And if it's useful, it will soon be very viral, right? Because of that fear, can I take, as a creator, as an inventor, as a creator of intellectual property rights, can I take a position that I'll not tell anybody, I'll not share this document with anybody. It will be secret with me, and the day I die, it dies with me. Can we take that position? What problem or what concern arises if somebody, sorry? Yeah, please keep it there. Yeah. So what's the problem with this approach? And by the way, some people follow this approach. They'll come up with something, nobody comes to know, then they die, it dies. What's the problem here? You know, these ideas that we come up with, they can make a big difference in the world out there if they are applied, used, implemented. Just idea form, they are useless, but once it's applied, used, implemented, shared, then they can make a difference in the world out there. They have a lot of value. People will benefit, industries will benefit, right? Can you see how important it is to disclose and tell people about this? At the same time, the problem is the moment you tell one person, the whole idea gets spread to, can spread to hundreds, thousands, and lakhs of people, right? So you don't have any control on this intellectual property. So what you need to do, see, unlike physical property, unlike this intellectual or intangible property, physical property, it's easy to establish ownership. Like, look at this mobile phone in my hand. You see it in my hand, nobody is going to come and challenge me, prove that this is your phone. Even if suppose I've stolen this from my sister, You'll still automatically assume it's mine. But just because I'm in possession of this physical, tangible property. If you see me staying in a house for 3-4 years, people see me. Then they'll assume, oh, this is this person's house. Nobody will come and say, oh, show the documents, prove that you're own. Can you see it's easy to establish your ownership rights on physical, tangible property by merely being in possession of it? Intangible property, intellectual property, no, you can't do that. Once you share the idea, the copy they have of the idea is as good as your original idea, copy that you have. And then they can use, misuse. And you don't have any power to stop them unless you go and apply for a intellectual property right, IPR. So you get this, the idea that you get, the know-how, concept that you create is the intellectual property. It is unprotected. You need to take action to protect it by applying for an intellectual property right. Get this? Physical property to copy is very difficult. Intellectual property, I have prepared one document. You can make 10 lakh copies of that document in seconds. Right? Can you make 10 lakh copies of this mobile phone or a car? No, right? Even if you make these days you have 3D printers. If you make a 3D print of will it work like a phone? No, right? Somebody will have to set up a factory, hire so many people, and buy all the material, get it manufactured, then distributed. All that hassle you have to go through to be able to sell a second phone. It's not so easy to make a copy of this, which works, right? Intellectual property, this is the problem, okay? I hope you're getting a sense of intellectual property, intangible. It can have value. It can make a difference to people. It can benefit industries, but very difficult to protect and have ownership rights on that unless you apply for it and are vigilant to see whether somebody is infringing and then take action against them, okay? Now, just because we have a term called intellectual property right or rights, it's an umbrella term, okay? Within this umbrella, there are different types of intellectual property rights. Like the concept of fruit. Suppose you say fruit. Is there only one type of fruit in the world? No, right? There are many types. There are apple, bananas, grapes, jackfruit, so many guava, so many different types of fruits. So you can't use if you want banana, you can't say, I want a fruit. Then people will ask, oh, what kind of fruit do you want? Or if you want banana, you can't say, I want apple. You can't use the terms interchangeably. Very obvious statement I'm making, right? It's amazing how many people use the term intellectual property right, IP, intellectual property, patent, copyright, trademark, industrial design or design, interchangeably, as if all these terms mean the same thing. No, they do not. Each of these terminologies has a different meaning. Okay, and that's what we'll try to understand through this slide, and the underlying type of intellectual property and the right that you can apply for, or you should apply for, ideally speaking. What is the appropriate right you should apply for when you have come up with some intellectual property or some idea? Okay, so I hope you got a sense of the concept of intellectual property idea. It's a new thing, your creation. Therefore, you have reason to feel that it should belong to me. It's your creation. It didn't exist before this. You created it. So it's appropriate that you feel I should have ownership rights on this idea. And what you apply for to protect the intellectual property is the intellectual property right. And the 4 main types of intellectual properties that you create and the rights associated with that are these. So on the screen, bottom of the screen, what you see in red are the intellectual property rights that you should apply for when you have created that kind of intellectual property. So what comes first is what you see below in black. That is the intellectual property that you'll create. And then what you apply for will be the right that you see written in red. So suppose you have come up with an idea, a concept for a technologically improved or new invention comprising a product or a process invention. You have come up with a new or improved technology. The IP right that you should apply for will be a patent. Okay. Now, what could be this invention or which could be a product invention or a process invention. Just to give you an example, I showed you my mobile phone. It has a display, it has a battery, it has internet connectivity, microprocessor, storage, camera, video player, all kinds of things. These are all technologies. If somebody comes and improves even one part of this in some manner, right? Suppose somebody comes up with an improved display such that, because see, what do I mean by improved? Please note the word that we used, okay? What do we mean by improved? The product category called a display is already in existence. It's already been invented. People already know what are displays. They know how to make and sell and use displays. So it's not new. But what somebody might do, an inventor might do, is improve the display such that the resolution of the improved display is 2 times, double the resolution of current displays in mobile phones, right? So display is known, people are using, you can't patent it, it's already old technology. But if somebody comes up with the improved display, can they patent it, or what is the right should they apply for? Yes, the right they should apply for is patents, right? You get this concept, product is already there, you make an improvement or addition to it, and you can apply, you have an invention there. In this case, can you tell me, is this a product invention, the improved display, or is it a process invention? Process invention? Who said process invention? किसने बोला मैं punishment दूंगा? हाथ उठाओ. नहीं, don't worry, I'll not punish you. I just want to know who said that, because I have a follow-up question. Because that's the process of inquiry, thoughts. Somebody said process invention. Please raise your hand. मैं चॉकलेट दूंगा, punishment नहीं दूंगा. थोड़ा चॉकलेट लाके रखना भैया. Right? Somebody said that, right? Process invention. अरे बोलो ना, बोला है तो हाथ ऊंचा करो यार, बिंदास, डरो मत. Did I imagine that somebody said the process, or really somebody said it? Okay, okay. By the way, this is neither a right answer nor a wrong answer. Okay, everything is possible when it comes to inventions. You are inventing something new. So when you're talking about an improved display with better resolution or better color reproduction, or a display can be improved such that, अरे सच में लाए यार. So whoever didn't raise their hand, now it's too late. Okay, now you won't get the chocolate. Okay. Okay. So whenever you come up with an improved product or thing or technology, it can have different aspects or elements to it. For example, the display could be improved by doubling its resolution or making it higher resolution, or it could be better color reproduction, or that display when it runs is consuming half the power. You come up with an idea for an improved display which provides the same pictures and video but consumes half the power of the battery on the mobile phone. Do you think this is an improvement in technology? First of all, do you agree with that? Do you see there's a technology and there's an improvement in the technology? Right? Yes? And this improvement could be of 2 types. Or the invention could be of 2 types. There could be a product invention there, or there could be a process invention there, or there could be both also, right? Now, why is the battery or the screen or the microprocessor working better or improved? Because either you have changed the physical construction or the material used inside that product, or how it is structured or designed or configured, or you have added a new part to it, or you have changed the process, the method of manufacturing that part. How you manufacture the display, you improve the process, or you change the process, might lead to a display which might have higher resolution because you're using a different manufacturing technique. So if you are talking about a technique, a process, guess what? That is an invention which is a process invention. And the end product will be physically different from old product. Okay? If you say this battery is improved technology, it works better, it will not be physically the same as that battery. If it was the same, it would give the same results. This is giving different results. That means product also is different. There's something different which is giving the different result. It can't be it's the same product but giving different result. That cannot happen, right? So can you see in this case, there could be product inventions, there could be process inventions, or both involved in such a case. You'll have to think about which aspect should we protect. Should we protect the product, the structure, the configuration, the new part added physically in the product, or the method of manufacturing that product or that part that you have added to that, or both. If you have a lot of money, you can very well consider doing both the things, right? So that's how you would look at it. This is the meaning of improved technology. Now, what you cannot patent is the result or the outcome or benefits of a technology. You can't say my invention is a display which has twice the resolution of existing displays, right? That's a result. Better resolution, higher resolution, or double resolution is a result. You can't patent that. You have to tell or explain in detail along with drawings what did you do in that product or in that process which is giving you high resolution display. That's what you patent. This is a benefit. Okay, so are you getting a sense of what are inventions for which the right way of protecting is to file a patent application? Okay, inventions, for there to be an invention, you must have a product or a process. If you don't have a product or process, forget about invention and forget about patents. First, you must show where is the product or process, and then you have to show that either this whole product or process is new totally or it's improved. Then you can talk about there's an invention, and if there's an invention, you can go and file a patent for that. Okay, get that? Now, next type of intellectual property right. Okay, and before that, I'll talk about what is the intellectual property that somebody comes up with. If somebody comes up with an idea, now I'm saying somebody comes up with the aesthetic design is not what I said. So I said somebody comes up with an idea for an aesthetic design, then they protect that idea through a intellectual property right called an industrial design registration. Now, what is an aesthetic design applied to an industrial product? Firstly, what is an industrial product? Can anybody tell me what's an industrial product? Any example? This is an industrial product. My mobile phone, these chairs, light, table, everything is an industrial product, right? And what is an aesthetic design applied to an industrial product? What's an aesthetic design applied to an industrial product? What is meant by aesthetic? Aesthetic means something that is pleasing to the eye, that looks good or different or attractive. In other words, it's about the shape of the product, right? Like this chair that we see here, this chair has a certain shape. And what's the functionality of a chair? Somebody should be able to sit on it. Now, somebody can design a chair which has a shape much different from this, but it will still be a chair and people can sit on it. So can you see useful physical products? They have one aspect of it is the functionality, how they work. Second aspect of such products is how they look. For example, the bottle that we see over here. What's the purpose function of a bottle? It is to hold water and enable you to drink water from it, right? Can you also see that this bottle has a very distinct shape, right? It has a very unique, distinct, different kind of a shape, right? And cylindrical with these curved shaped, engravings or indentations over here, right? Suppose this this bottle was square shaped and very plain square shape, okay? In terms of its working functionality, would it make any difference? Would you still be able to drink water from this bottle? If it was plain square shaped, you would be, right? But what's then the point of giving it a particular kind of a shape and design? It's cylindrical with these wavy indentations over here. People have done this to give it a different look. And this design, this shape is called an aesthetic design. It's applied to the product to give it a distinct identity, an aesthetic, a look, make it look different or better looking compared to existing similar bottles, other bottles. So there is a differentiation between this bottle with this design and other bottles with different designs. Both function is to drink water or liquids from the bottle, but this looks different, that looks different, they have different aesthetics, they have a different identity. Now that look, that aesthetic, that difference in shape, which makes no difference to usability of that product, is called an aesthetic design applied to an industrial product, and that can be protected through an industrial design registration. Okay, so I hope you got a sense of what is an industrial design registration meant for and what is an aesthetic design applied to an industrial product. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I've seen some bottles which were shaped completely flat, which can allow it to fit in a bag
Mm-hmm.
and allow for optimizing the storage.
Mm.
Does that also count as aesthetic design
Mm-hmm.
modification or it becomes a functional aspect?
Okay, it depends what is the purpose and what specific technical contribution has been made. Okay, now did they make the bottle flat so that it looks different or it fits in?
I think it fits in the bag.
Hmm.
It allows you to hold a certain volume of water.
Okay, right. So you're saying it's a functional kind of a design. Okay. What I would suggest to you, we have an example after this slide regarding the shape. What difference does it make? Should it be protected through a patent or an industrial design registration? We'll be actually looking at that in detail in the next slide. After we complete that slide, if you still have this question, then ask me. Okay, we'll deal with it. It's a very relevant question because it's critical, because very often people come to me and say, I have a new product design. I want to file a patent. Now, I'm not sure whether you should file a patent or an industrial design registration, because if it's a functionally improved design, then we should file a patent. If it's just merely a design which looks different or good or aesthetic, then we should file an industrial design registration application. So we'll be looking at this question in some detail. Okay, and even after that, if this question still persists in your mind, you can ask me at that time. Okay, great. Okay, so these two types we have covered. What does a trademark protect? What is this right called a trademark right meant to protect? Trademarks are meant to protect branding related marks that you might use in your business to identify the source of origin of your product and services, to create a loyal customer base who buys your products only. And how do they know that they are buying your product again and again? Because your mark is there, your logo is there, your name is there, your tagline is there. So every time they buy a product having that mark, that logo, or that name, that word mark, or that tagline, so they know I'm buying from this. Last time I had a good experience with the products of this company, again I'll buy from that company. I trust this has a certain brand value, certain quality standards are expected and understood. Excuse me, you guys have been constantly talking and it's disturbing the class. If you don't want to be here, you can go, but don't sit here and chit chat like this. It's a distraction for me.
Come on the first bench.
10-15 minutes I'm seeing you guys are constantly talking. What's the point? What am I doing here? I thought come back to where we are. Okay? So such marks. One example I can give of this is the Pepsi company. Is PepsiCo. Their word mark is Pepsi, and they have a red and blue round logo, right? Whenever you see these marks on that product, on that bottle of drink, or even a snack or some other product, this is coming from this company. And I've bought and used products from this company before also. So you are assured of certain quality standards, that it will be safe, it provides value for money, and there is a certain brand value, snob value, or whatever you might call, related to products from those.
Just wait. Get up.
So such things are protected. I don't know whether anybody of you know or remember, there was a tagline that Pepsi had. Okay, Ye Dil Mange More. Just to give you an example of what's a tagline. Ye Dil Mange More. Sachin Tendulkar used to, promote Pepsi products, and he would say this. And Kargil War. You guys are seeing the movie Shesha, right? Captain Vikram Batra. It's a real life story. 1999 there was a real Kargil War. Many people will say a picture kuch to bana hai. It was a real life story. Okay, there was a Kargil War. There was a Captain Vikram Batra. He captured one point, they successfully captured, came back alive. Okay. Then he gave an interview to Barkhadat from NDTV. When that point he captured, he came back to base. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Right. He came back to the base. Okay. And Barkhadat was interviewing what happened, kya kidhar hai, kaise, and then what now. You know, and are you afraid to go back and try to capture another point? It's obviously a very risky, dangerous thing to do. So you know what he said, and this was on TV, okay? Ye dil mange more. And imagine how that tagline has stuck even in his mind, and he finds it appropriate to his situation. It expresses his thoughts. And imagine the free publicity that Pepsi got by that, because they are already using this tagline. And he used this tagline. And then he went to capture another point. He and his team managed to capture the point, but he himself got killed in that process, right? So imagine the power, the brand value, okay, and the significance of these branding related marks for company and for people, okay? Now such branding related marks, which identify the source of origin of a product or process, should be protected through this trademark right called a trademark right. Okay, the marks that you are using in your trade, when you are selling some products or services, that marks are registered as trademarks. Okay, now last thing we come to is copyright. This right, when should we apply? Suppose we have created content, expressed works, like I've written a book. Now the book could be a story book, or it could be a non-fiction book. It maybe the book could be about how do you manufacture an improved battery for a mobile phone. How do you manufacture an improved battery for a mobile phone? The book might be about that. Or the book might be a story. Story is what? What's the plot of the story? Lost and found formula. Everybody's favorite, okay? Books, so many books have been written for thousands of years. And in the last 100 years or so, maybe at least 100 movies have been made on the lost and found formula, right? There was a nice and happy family. They used to sing nice songs together when they were young. And then suddenly some very unfortunate big event happens. The whole family gets separated. All the brothers, sisters, parents get separated. And then the movie flash forwards, 20 years. So then how gradually they interact with each other, but they don't know they are related. Then certain events happen. By the end of the movie, they realize, okay, all of us are brothers, sister, parents. And they'll sing that, childhood song which they used to sing. No? So that song finally, again, they will repeat at the end of the movie, right? Now, how many movies are made on the same plot line, same story, right? Yeah? Now, how come when already one movie is made with this storyline, this plot, how come other people again go and make movies on the same story? That's the question that arises. Before that, let me just also mention, apart from books, you can have audio recording, like if you have musical talent, you might record a song. If you make some audiovisual recording, that is also an expression. If you take a photograph or you make a sculpture or a painting, these are all expressed works. These are content that you are creating. All these things can be protected through copyrights. Okay. Now, in all these cases, the value of that IP, that work, is in the expression itself. For example, one expression in the book or maybe even a movie is made. Suppose 40 years back, a movie was made in Tamil with the lost and found formula. Obviously, location there was Chennai or Trichy or somewhere, right? And there the event that happened was, there was a storm that happened. That's why the family got separated. And in that story, there were 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. Okay, and they were separated by a storm. And the language they spoke was obviously Tamil. And the songs they sang were all in Tamil, right? And then the same thing, and they meet after 20 years. Now imagine Karan Johar, Dharma Production now makes a movie on the same storyline. Now this movie obviously will be in Hindi. Okay, and in this movie, the reason why they got separated was an earthquake. Suddenly it happened. And here there were 2 sons and 2 daughters. They got separated, and the song also they sang in Hindi. Now, can you see storyline is same? The concept is same. The idea is same, but the expression is different, right? Copyright protects the expression. That Tamil version with those events happening, that language, that story, those specific events, and here the overall storyline is the same, concept is same, idea is same, but the expression, the implementation, the details are different. And the producer who made the Tamil movie has a copyright on that. Dharma Productions has a copyright on this expression. Do you understand what I mean? A copyright protects an expression. Similarly, I write a book. The words I use, the paragraphs, the phrases, the lines, the pages, the images, tables in that book are my expression. I get a copyright on that. Somebody else writes a book on the same topic, how to make a improved mobile phone battery. But then their words, their language, their pages will be different. So what my copyright protects is my expression of the same idea. What their copyright protects is their expression of the same idea, right? So I hope you get a sense of copyright does not protect the underlying idea. It protects merely the expression, the way it has been expressed, fixed, and communicated. Okay? And what happens with the expression is the expression itself has value. For example, if somebody has made a movie, okay? If you watch that movie, do you get any physical or functional or working benefit? Okay, if you have a technical problem, your phone is not working well, by watching a movie, will the phone start working well? Or you're feeling unwell, by watching a movie, will you be cured of your illness? Okay, or you're looking for a job, by watching a movie, can you get a new job? Means functionally, by watching a movie or reading a book or listening to a song, you don't get any functional benefit. But people, human beings who are emotional beings, like to watch movie, read a good book, listen to a good song, and they'll pay money also for it, right? One way, it has no significance, no value, doesn't help you in any way, but people still pay money to experience that thing. They're experiencing that expression, watching that movie, listening, seeing the video and listening to the song. If they are, how do they experience a song? By listening to the song. How do they experience a book? By reading it. How do they experience a picture? By looking at it or seeing it. Expression and how you perceive it. And value is in the expression and perceiving the expression. There is no other functional value to a copyrightable work, to that expression. Such things where the value of the work is in the expression itself is protected through or should be protected through a right called a copyright. Got this? Yeah. And one important thing I'd like to clarify. We saw that suppose you have written a book, okay? It could either be copyrighted or patented. When will it be copyrighted and when will it be patented or the content be patented? That's what you have to think about. Suppose it's a story book, doesn't have functional value, only has reading emotional value, okay? So there, the value of the work is in the expression and perceiving expression. So what right should you apply for a story book? Copyright, right? Okay. Suppose somebody has written a book, but this is not a story book. It's about how to make an improved battery, right, for a mobile phone. Now, is that a story? By reading that story or that book about how to make an improved battery, do you think somebody will enjoy that or they will understand a newer, improved technology? What's the thing? Is it the value of that book? Is it in the words that are used there, or is it in the underlying idea, technology improvement idea, which is covered in that book? What is more important? Do you want to protect what words has been used to describe the technology or the technology idea itself? It may be written in Hindi, Marathi, English or Gujarati or any language. What do you want to protect? The idea, underlying. How is this improved display made? What are the new parts in that? That is the underlying technology you want to protect, or the intellectual property or the idea you want to protect, right? So for that, what is the intellectual property right that you should apply for? Patent, right? Why do we apply for a patent for that? Why not copyrighted? Right, okay. But copyright, if you do, does it not protect the idea? Because after all, you're copywriting that book, right? Expression and the words, right? So suppose I come up with a book which describes how to make an improved battery, and I copyright it, I don't patent it, you know what? Other people are stopped from making physical copies or disk copies or emailing a copy of that book. But they are not stopped from reading the book. Okay, and when they read the book, guess what happens? All that idea, the know-how, the improved technology gets uploaded from the book to their brain. And then that person who's now got the idea in his brain, he didn't make a illegal copy, he didn't make a photocopy, or he didn't email it to somebody. He just read it. The idea is in his brain. Now, nobody can stop him, okay, don't go out. Now the idea, our idea is in your brain, you will have to stay here only. Nobody can do that. So he'll go to his company, tell his colleagues about that idea in Marathi. He read the book in English, but his people there are mainly Marathi speaking. So he'll tell them in Marathi. Okay? That idea is conveyed, expression is changed. Right? And then those people will make that improved battery in their factory and sell it. Now the person who created the idea and copyrighted that book, can he stop those people from making and selling that improved battery? Yes or no? No. Why? Because that guy didn't do anything illegal. He didn't copy even a line or a page of the book. He just read it, which is a legal thing to do. And then he practiced the idea. Right? Can you see copyright doesn't protect the idea? It protects merely one expression. Right? So if you want to protect the underlying technology idea that use this material in this battery, then it will work better, or it will last longer, or it will get charged faster, or we are using better environmentally friendly material in the battery such that after 5 years, once it's used and the battery is thrown, it doesn't damage the environment much. Right? Or we have come up with an improved process idea to manufacture the battery. Instead of 2 hours, it takes 10 minutes now. Faster method of manufacturing. Imagine how much money, time, effort for that company saved if instead of 2 hours, you can manufacture a battery in 10 minutes. Productivity improved, profits increased. Right? Now these are all improved technologies which have an economic significance and consequence. Right? In terms of profits for the company, and cheaper, better batteries for the users, right? Do you get the concept of copyright does not protect the underlying idea. It protects one way of expressing that idea, right? So if you want to protect an idea, a concept for a new or improved technology, product or process, don't file a copyright. Okay, you might think I'm making a very obvious statement. Obviously, which idiot will go and file a copyright on a technology improvement idea? You'll think like that, but you won't believe the amount of, I don't know what to say, amount of idiots who come to me and say, you know what, I've come up with this idea, I've filed a copyright for it. And last 2 years, he's thinking, I've protected my idea. Why? Because I filed a copyright. Totally unprotected. And after that, he made it public. So now he can't even file a patent because it's already in public domain. Gone, idea gone. Nobody can make a copy of his book, but everybody is using the idea because they didn't make a copy of his book, right? They merely practiced the idea. So can you see copyright protection is for expressed works where the value of the works is in the expression itself. And also as a special case I need to mention, apart from the types, art, literary, cinematographic, artistic and musical works, as a special category, a computer software program, the source code, the exe files, the data files, data structures, user interface elements, which are in an expressed form, because they are in an expressed form, as a special case, they can be protected through copyright. The computer program itself can be protected through copyright. Just remember, and we'll be coming to this a little later on. Okay, and the last thing I want to say with respect to this slide and the types of intellectual property rights that we see on the screen over here is, look at the first two types, patents and industrial design. These types of IP rights, when you apply for this. In this case, if you want to protect your improved technology idea or aesthetic design idea, you should keep that invention or that design secret, prepare and file the patent or industrial design application, and only after that publicly use or disclose this technology if you want to protect it. If you already launch, disclose, use the technology or the design in public, and then later on apply for registration, your application is liable to be rejected because the design, the invention is expected to be new and innovative for it to be patentable or registered as an industrial design, right? Once it's become old or in public domain, whether you yourself have made it public, doesn't matter. But the examiner will say it's already public, so now you can't patent it, right? That's the problem. The situation is very different when it comes to trademark and copyrights. You actually don't need to go and register a trademark or a copyright. These rights accrue to you or are there for you automatically. You don't have to mandatorily register. You may choose to do that, but it's not mandatory. And it's not that before you publicly use it, you must go and register. No. You may go and register these before you publicly use the trademark or publish the copyrightable work, or you may do it later on also if you want. Right? It's not mandatory that in advance you must go and apply for registration. Trademark rights accrue to you automatically. When you create a mark, it could be a logo, wordmark, or a tagline, and you start selling products or services in the market which are marked with this mark. Through actual usage, the trademark rights accrue to you, whether you've applied for registration or not. But through actual usage, you are using that mark in your trade, so then you have trademarks rights accruing to you, right? Similarly, the book or the movie or the music recording, the moment you create that work, the moment you create the work, I'm not even saying published, you create the work is in existence, you automatically have a copyright on that. You don't need to register it. Or you can go and register after 2 months, 2 years, or 20 years, right? It's not mandatory to register, and you don't have to register beforehand. You can do it later on also, right? That being the case, we would still recommend that if you have some important trademarks or marks that you're using in your business, or you have important copyrightable works, maybe some write-up, some video, music recording, etc., which are important for you or your business, then go and register them. Okay? Now, why am I suggesting, recommending, go and register, even though it's not mandatory? It's because, suppose it so happens somebody is copying your trademark or your copyrightable work. Then you have to enforce your rights, right? And when you go to enforce your rights, you'll have to go to court. And then when you say in the court to the judge, you know what, this person is copying my trademarks, putting on his products and counterfeit products, selling with trademarks similar to mine, misleading the buyers and cheating them, right? Or somebody says, this book was written by me and he's making copies and selling in the market and damaging my market and causing me a loss. Now, when you make a claim like that in court, the judge will ask you, okay, tell me, because the other guy is also there, the so-called thief, infringer is also there. You are standing, he's standing. You say, this is my trademark, my copyright. He says, no, this is my trademark, my copyright. And none of you has a certificate from the government. You didn't apply only. So whom will the judge believe? Right? So even though it's not mandatory, in case you have to enforce your right, at that time, proving who's the owner becomes important. For that, if you already applied for or even got a certificate, that greatly helps. Then the case will straight away start. What punishment really did infringement and what punishment to give. Otherwise, your months and years will go in court just trying to prove I am the real owner. Only after that it is settled in your favor after 3 years. Or if it doesn't get settled in your favor, then the next part of the case can't go. You can't prosecute the other person anyway, right? So can you see it's important to go and register important trademarks and copyrightable works, even though it's not mandatory. Okay, right? So I hope
Suppose I have been working in an organization and I have developed a business model for
mean that there is a copyright.
Okay. Now, when you say model, I'm assuming it's not some physical model, it's some system model or system design, managerial or administrative kind of a model, right? Now, when you say model, what does that mean? What's included in the model? There'll be certain content, they'll be arranged in a certain format, okay? There'll be a certain structure in which that content or data is put there, okay? And then data might be of various types. They might be instructions, they might be some value, you know, real data kind of a thing, so many things. So that's what we mean by model, right? Because first, can you see, it's important to understand what you mean by model. आप वो बुलेट का मॉडल बोल रहे हैं और मैं ये मॉडल सोच रहा हूँ तो फिर मैं बात ही नहीं कर सकता, राइट? सो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू क्लैरिफाई दिस, ओके? नो, yeah, okay. So suppose you apply for a copyright for that model. Actually, you don't apply for copyright for that model. You'll apply for copyright for a documentation that you have prepared representing that model. Do you get what I'm saying? What you will apply for copyright will be the document that you have prepared. Where does this model exist? It's in your head or it's on paper?
It's in my head. And
it's in your head, then nothing you can do. Forget it.
Practiced with
एक दिन आपका head off हो गया, switch off हो गया ना गया.
नहीं.
So it has to be on a document.
It does exist.
Or electronic document or a physical. Correct? Right. So what you apply for copyright will be that expression, that document. Now the same model probably can be documented by somebody else with a different expression. Possible?
Possible.
Right? Yeah. So you will get a copyright on your expression of that model, right? Which means nobody can copy that model and whatever is written or the table or data content in that model. But they can prepare their own model using their own expression, their own data, their own instructions in their own manner.
Fair.
Right? Fair. So you can tell me whether your model is protected or not. You can tell me. What's protected is nobody can make a photocopy of your pages of your model.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair. No, the question is that even if I apply for, let's say, any of the 4 IPR rights that you're talking about, either patent or trademark. Trademark exists possibly, by my understanding. Trademark exists basically if I have a company which is interacting in a way. Copyright also means expression or artistic expression of anything that I have said. While as patent talks about being innovative idea, right?
For a technology.
For a technology. Now, whether the question is whether it is a technology, considered to be a technology. If I have a model which actually talks about a performance improvement of a managerial cadre people, fair. Now, in that case scenario, is it an innovation? Does it fall under technology? Also, the first question that I put forward was that whether, as an employee of the organization, do I have the rights to the patent or the copyright, or the organization has that?
Okay, different questions, okay? Firstly, if you are working for that organization or entity as an employee, and they're paying you money to do this work.
Not for developing the model.
But they are, whatever work you do, see, it's not specified every minute you'll spend on this. So any and every work that you do while you're employed here would be belonging to the company, and especially if it's going to be used in that company only, right?
Right.
So what would you say? Do you think the company would have some right on it? What do you think?
As an individual, I would say no, but as an organization, yes.
Right. Yeah. So who do you think, whose view will prevail in this case?
Agreed, but that's the exact clarity that I wanted. Whether my thinking on saying that since the development of the model is based on certain understanding and certain experiences that I have got, right, through possibly some reading some certain books on management by Kotler or whatever be the case, right? I have developed my own models, right? This I am practicing in the organization for the benefit of the organization, which is also fine. But as an individual, I don't get anything out of it.
Yes.
Right? That's the moment I leave the organization, everything that I've done is null and void.
For you, for the organization, it will continue.
It exists. It exists. But then, whilst I leave the organization, once I leave the organization, can I copyright it or patent it?
It depends whether the organization will allow you or not.
I'm out of the organization.
Okay, you are out.
Yeah, I
but
moved out.
This so-called IPR belongs to the organization. You are out, and then you're using and selling it. What do you think the organization will do?
they continue using the same model.
I'll further add to my question. What do you think the organization will do if they think that this model is very valuable, it has value for them, and you are taking away some of that value? What do you think the organization will do in such a situation?
They may come after my life.
Right.
That's understandable.
Right.
That's quite understandable.
Right.
No, the clarity that I was looking for was
Mhm.
whether I will have the rights in that on the copyright or on the patent or the trademark as the case may be. Maybe I have my own consulting firm and I
Mhm.
do a trademark registration
Hmm.
and a copyright protection.
Mhm.
Then take the legal force if the organization takes us.
But I think I'm just detailing the entire conversation.
No, no, it's okay. Yeah, because otherwise every session I'm repeating the same thing. So when we get inputs, that adds value to the whole thing, right? And the copyright protects not the model, but the way you have represented it in one document, somebody else will do. And by the way, there is an innovation conveyed through that model. It will help your business processes. So to the question of, is that not an innovation? My answer is yes, it's an innovation. But you know what? It will not be covered by patent law. You can't protect the underlying innovative process idea through patent because it's not a technological process. It's a business process invention, and business process inventions are not covered by patent law. So it's nothing. Business innovations unprotectable. Social innovations unprotectable. Spiritual innovations unprotectable. No law. No government has made a law. It's not my fault. Governments didn't make. They made law only for technology innovations. That's it. Right? Okay, so important that point is clarified. Trade secret is when you don't apply any IPR, you're by default following trade secret approach. Not in India. There are trade secret laws in foreign countries. In India, no. But how you can actually have and enforce it is through contracts and agreements. Where like employee joining or somebody working, they'll sign this agreement, all confidential information, they'll keep confidential, not misuse and all that stuff. Right? So that's how you actually can, even in India, have trade secret and enforce it also. Right? Okay, so, yeah. Actually, that's what we'll also clarify. So, because let me tell you one thing. When it comes to the two things we saw in patent and industrial design registration, okay? Very often people confuse between the two and they call both of them as patents. Right? So that is what causes a lot of confusion because US terminology very often we also use. In India, the name is utility patent for the technology patent and industrial design registration for the aesthetic design protection. Now this industrial design term is also misleading because there is nothing industrial about industrial design registration. It's merely about the good looks, the aesthetics, the appearance. So, but they call it, even in India, even though they are not calling it patent, they have created a new confusion by calling it industrial. So people say, mine is an industrial new design. Okay, so I'll file an industrial design registration, which is the biggest blunder. Right? Yeah. So we'll look at this question through this example here. It depends on the situation, whether that 1 mm is significant, right? From a technology perspective, right? Okay, so let's look at this example, okay? Now, imagine that somebody's come up with some intellectual property, some idea, some concept, some know-how, okay? And that idea relates to a new product design. So suppose you or your friend or your a colleague or somebody has come up with an idea for a new product design. The question that will arise is, should we file a patent for this to protect this new product design, or should we file an industrial design registration application for that? That's the question that arises. Okay. Now let's examine this question through this example here that you see on the screen. On the left side is a plain old cylindrical, very plain old technology. This is like, assume that it's last 3, 4, 500 years, it's publicly known. So nobody can get a patent or IP right or anything, design anything on it, because it's public property commonly used. Okay. So no IP in that, no IP registration in that, because it's common, publicly known public property. Okay. Now imagine that somebody has come up with that glass that you see in the center of the screen with a aesthetic curved-shaped design with engravings on it, which makes it look different, and many people will say aesthetic or more attractive or better looking, different shape, right? Yeah. Now the question that arises is, for this glass with the curved-shaped design, should we file a patent application for that? Or should we file an industrial design registration application for that? Is that design a better functioning or working design, useful technology, or is that design merely an aesthetic, good-looking design? First case, file patent. Second case, file an industrial design registration application. So in this case, what do you think we should file? Quickly, because the actual example is yet to come. This is just the introduction. Sorry? Industrial design registration, because it's an aesthetic design, functionally makes no difference. If I drink water from that glass, nice, good-looking, aesthetic, curved-shaped glass, the water will not taste sweeter or warmer just because it's a curved-shaped glass. It will work the same way, right? So no functional significance, only different-looking. Industrial design registration is the appropriate IP right that you should apply if you want to protect that design. Okay, right? Now, let's go further in this example. Okay. Now look at this glass on the right side of the screen. It's the same old glass that you saw on the left side of the screen, but there's something different here. This one has a handle attached to it, right? So same old plain glass with a handle attached to it. Now the question is, should we file a patent for this glass with a handle? Or to protect it, should we file an industrial design registration application? What do you think? Now, please note, firstly, this glass with a handle looks different from existing glasses. So it has a new, different aesthetic design. And by the way, this gives us a clue that when we say aesthetic design, what is the design examiner looking for in an industrial design application? That design should be different from existing design. That's what they mean by aesthetic design, aesthetic new design. Because they are not saying your design must be more beautiful than existing designs, because beauty is a very subjective thing. Some people might find this very ugly. Other people will find it very beautiful. Okay, look, that thing, such a nice handle. I love it. It was a plain thing. Now there's a visual relief with a handle there. It's beautiful. So same thing somebody will say beautiful, somebody will say ugly. So what really the design examiner is looking for is difference in the design compared to existing design. That's the meaning of aesthetic design for an industrial product. Okay. Now this glass with a handle looks different compared to existing designs. Does it work different? Because it looks different, you will say that we can file an industrial design registration application. We can file, right? Now, does it work different compared to the existing glasses with the handle? What do you think? Functionally, is it different? Is it improved technology? Yes? Yeah, why? Why would you say it's different functionally? Different way to hold it. Why is that important? Warm say hot, right? If you're holding the glass directly, hot water or tea or something, and your fingers are burning, you might even drop it, right? But if you have a handle, it's very convenient to hold. Your finger will not burn. It's very comfortable, convenient to hold and use or drink liquid from that, means you're using the product. It's more comfortable, convenient. So can you see functionally, this is a better working or functioning product? Can you see that? It's not merely looks wise, it's also working differently better. Would you call something which works better as an improved technology? Right? Do you think we can file a patent for that and hope to get a patent granted? Yeah? Improved technology product, right? The glass was known, but glass with handle was not known. Improvement in the technology, useful, functional, workable, patent we can get, right? So can you see there are two options here. You can file an industrial design registration as well as you can file a patent application. What do you think we should actually do? And this conveys one important point about intellectual property. On one thing, you can have more than one type of intellectual property rights applied for and obtained also. You can apply, maybe if you give it a nice name, you can apply for trademark also. Right? Photographs of this, you can copyright that. Right? Okay. So now the question is, we know that you can very well file a patent application, you can file an industrial design registration application if you want to protect this. So which one will you actually file? Both? Yeah, this is the third option. You can file both also. And there is a fourth option also. Can you tell me what's the fourth option? All the four? No, no. Between the two. Fourth option is do nothing. Which is what most people will exercise that option. Do nothing. Right? So you can do nothing, you can file a patent, you can file an industrial design registration application, you can file both of them. Right? What will you actually do? Realistically, what will you actually do? Design registration. You're not going to get a patent. Why? Okay. Now imagine this was like 300 years back, and imagine that a glass with a handle or mug was not known. Because this is just an example we are imagining for the sake of understanding the concept. Obviously, any old technology won't get a patent on anything, but assume this was new at that time, or when we are discussing in this example. Right? So what do you think should be the IP right that we should actually apply for? Industrial design, okay. Patent, okay. Why industrial design and why patent? It has to be novel. So I'm telling you, imagine this is, in this example, it's an example, I'm again repeating, it's an example. You have to imagine that this is new. And these are the two types of glasses known, and this is the third type. Now, do you think it's novel, new? In this example, imaginary example, right? So then do you think we should file a design application or a patent application? More watertight, in what sense? Yes?
So in this case, in case of a patent scenario, the novelty of attaching a handle to the cup or to the glass is the novelty part or the uniqueness part. And therefore I am protecting that. That's one part. Therefore,
Right.
you cannot put another handle and say that this is patented. No, you are infringing my patent. Design, if I say this design, as I said, a 2 mm shorter glass handle would nullify my registration of industrial.
No, just size variation will not nullify your industrial design registration.
Hypothetically saying, a small little change in design, possibly, let's say this.
By design, what we mean is the appearance, the look, not the size.
I put a same handle on the center one. Right? My industrial design is completely gone.
Exactly,
Yeah?
exactly.
If I have a patent, says putting a handle onto the glass is an innovation and patented innovation, then there is a problem with this.
Right, right. Exactly. You got it perfectly. You already anticipated what I was going to come to a little later. Okay, so no problem. But when you're thinking about this question of should we file a patent or an industrial design registration application, consider some factors. Okay, one is a patent, as he explained, is a much stronger form of protection on a technology innovation idea or a better working technology idea, product or process. Secondly, design registration is much weaker in terms of protection. It protects only the actual shape. You have to, in the design application, give photographs or images or computer graphics showing the shape of the actual product, right? And that shape only gets protected through an industrial design registration, okay? So patent, stronger form of protection for technology, design, weaker form of protection, which protects only the shape, the look, okay? But a patent is much more difficult, more time consuming, much more costlier compared to a design. Design much easier, you get it registered faster, much less money spent. I can roughly say patent is more than 20 times costlier in terms of time, effort, and money. This is not an exact figure, I'm just giving a rough figure. Just to give you a sense of how different it is in terms of the time, effort, and cost involved. Total resources required. Okay, patent is much more difficult. So now given this background, which one, suppose you were a business person, which one would you really apply for from a practical standpoint? Patent? Mm-hmm.
It will also depend on the market dynamics. For example, I am the only player in this market. I might start with the industrial design right at the beginning, and then wait for the patent to happen along the way. If the market is extremely dynamic, then I go for the patent first because there's no other way to protect myself. There's going to be a market existing in China which will produce this at one-third the cost that I'm producing. And therefore, industrial design will not make any difference.
Now, what the first thing you mentioned is the right approach. You file both, and if you're filing both, you have to do it on the same day. Because one will become a prior art for the other. If you file a design application 2 days before your patent, that design document, since both are filed with the Indian Patent Office, will become a prior art for the patent application and put that at risk. So file both on the same day, if you're doing both, right?
The follow-up and, as you say, time, effort, and money.
And the design you'll get registered much faster. So you'll have something to show to people in say 8-10 months. Patents will take another 2, 3, 4 years. But it'll be strong, but it'll take time, right? So exactly perfect what you have said, okay? And when you have this question mark, both are possible, what should we really do? One of the ways of understanding and getting a clue about what should we do is think about, imagine the designer of this glass with a handle. When she came up with this idea for a glass with a handle or a container with a handle, what was her reason, purpose for attaching a handle to the glass? Was she thinking, oh, I'll attach a handle to the glass, it will look aesthetic and different, that's why I'll attach? Or was she thinking, if I attach a handle to this glass, it will be easier to use, it will work better, especially when drinking hot liquids? What do you think was the reason? Okay, based on your answer, you get a clue to whether you should file a patent for the improved usability technology or a industrial design application for the good looks or the different looks, right? Okay, and as you rightly said, suppose this designer A has registered this plain glass with a handle, not a patent, but an industrial design registration application. Imagine she gets the certificate, and then after 2 months, she sees company B is making and selling this curd-shaped glass with a handle in the market. Then what? Can she enforce? You answered that question. No, she can't. Because this curd-shaped glass with a handle will look different from the photographs of the industrial design registration. It's a plain glass with a handle. Plain glass curve, very different looking. So it doesn't look same. So industrial registration certificate is useless in such a case. You get that? So now, do you have clarity on what is the appropriate IP right that you should apply for? Yes, ma'am. Hmm. 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 Okay, this is a brilliant question. First time anybody has asked me this question. Okay, and you have gone to the underlying root of what somebody is trying to do here. Means there is a glass or a container or a vessel. Your concept is much broader in terms of how do we get a way of holding it conveniently. One way is a rigid handle on the side with which you hold, and another you're saying a band maybe at the top from which it will hang. That band is not rigid. That's more like a bucket with a handle kind of a scenario, which could be the handle could be rigid or it could be flexible. Either way, it's convenient to hold and carry, right? Now, the interesting question that arises here is, what should we do when we file a patent for this glass or a container with a handle for drinking purposes? Do you want there to also, as one variation of the design, mention the glass or container has a band at the top, and while drinking tea, we'll drink like that? You want to include that in this patent? Do you think these two are same invention? Your concept has become too broad now. Maybe now you have to say there are two inventions. One is a rigid handle on the side for drinking purposes. Another is a handle across the top, okay, which could be rigid or flexible for carrying a heavy bucket of water. Imagine you have a bucket of water you're carrying like this, you'll have a spring in your back. This handle, rigid or flexible, more easier to carry that, right? Yeah, so would you say these are one invention or two inventions? Should we file one patent or two separate? Right, get that? So here again you're applying the concept or the purpose to get that clarity. Otherwise, the question you ask very interesting, because then somebody will say, "अरे यार, एक तो हाँ glass को container करके broad concept कर दिया, handle you have put just to enable to hold it. Why not we have on the top? Why can't it be flexible? Side में flexible won't work for drinking, right? Or even top में flexible won't work for drinking. Now do you get looking at the purpose? Maybe your question will get solved, answered, right? Yeah. Yes. It can be similar, but see, I told you in the beginning, what you patent is a product or process, improved or new. You don't patent the result, the benefit, the functionality, the purpose, the use. That is not patentable. That's not patentable subject matter at all. That's an outcome of the invention. The functional benefit you get is an outcome of change or improvement in the design in the product or process. Get that? Anyway, you can't patent functionality. It's not an invention. You can patent not product or process, new or improved. That's it. Got this clarity? Excellent question. It's not an invention. Where is the product or process? Suppose somebody comes and tell me, you know what, I want to patent a great invention I've got. Means invention idea I've got. And my idea is medicine to cure cancer. Is my idea. I want to patent this. Right? Do you think that can be patented? This is utility, result. And the guy can't tell you, kya medicine hai, composition kya hai, or what does he need to do. He's not coming with a method कि ऐसा ऐसा आप करो, ये चीज़ आप ये काढ़ा बना के पियो, फिर सुबह सुबह आप योगा करो, सूर्य नमस्कार करो, फिर उसके बाद ये ऐसा डाइट करो, ये करो, वो करो. Nothing. My idea, it's after all an idea, right? You patent ideas. My idea is for this result, for this functionality. Okay, there should be a treatment for cancer. You think it can be patented? There's nothing to patent there. You're talking about your wish list, not providing a technology you're providing. And for treating cancer, there can be 50 different medicines and 50 different methods, or maybe 100, right? So if you patent the result, what happens to all those people who are actually coming up with the medicine or the method? Unka kya? So it's yeah.
That's the utility of this particular product.
Exactly.
Now, what do I patent? Do I patent the robotic arm? Do I patent the thought? Do I patent the invention?
Okay. This then you know there are different stages to this. First time somebody comes up with a robotic arm, they'll patent the overall concept of there is a rod to which there are multiple, they won't call finger, extensions attached to it. Broad terminology, they'll not use human hand and human finger. They'll say big rod or big beam structure to which multiple elements are attached, where you can either open or close it to give it grasping power. Can you see the word I'm using, grasping power? Now you asked to grasp while doing surgery or to grasp while picking up some load here and putting it there, ungrasp it. What do you think should be done? Right? तो आप क्वेश्चन पूछते हो ना, मेरा जवाब क्या होता है, एक दूसरा क्वेश्चन, which then you yourself come up with the answer. Isn't this a good way of dealing with questions? Right? नहीं होता है. Okay? I hope that is clear. Okay? तो पहला patent will be like this broad, a element, rigid element to which multiple elements are attached, which can be either in extended position or closed position. Okay? And patent will not be grasping power. It will be which can be moved between extended and closed position is what is patented. A mechanism for that and a mechanism for controlling it is what will be physically that will be protected, and maybe the methodology also. And you know what, 200 years back, there was no machine, automatic, and different electromechanical devices to do this. You know how it would do this? There would probably be strings through this thing for each of these extensions. And when somebody pulls that string, it will close. When somebody releases, there's a spring mechanism to push it back also. When they release it, it opens. That's how it would work. But then a patent is filed for the concept of, yeah, then they'll say one implementation is by strings, another it could be through a wires, this, that, wo time ka technology. Then someday somebody comes up with a electromechanic or a computer chip-based method of controlling this. They can't get a patent on the broad concept of this rod with the extensions, opening, closing, that's already gone, old. Now they'll say, we have come up with a mechanism for electronically or electromagnetically or whatever thing controlling, उसको भी patent मिलेगा, क्योंकि अभी वो लोग wire या string नहीं use कर रहे हैं. They're using other technologies to implement this. So now these are smaller technologies, and implementation which also can be patented. Improved technology. And most of the patents, inventions are all improved technologies only, right? That's how they will do. Get that? This is how technology. So broad concept, this new product category, big patent will be the first one. Then uske baad wo to abhi ek purana ho gaya. Abhi different ways of doing. And then more specific, future time will come, electromechanical, electronic, computer, everything done. Then they'll say this hand is designed specifically to do surgery. And that hand is designed to carry loads. उतना नहीं तो आपका differentiation ही नहीं रहेगा. And surgery के लिए हमने इसको इतना sensitivity डाला है, feedback डाला है, load में वो sensitivity नहीं है. That's the difference, right? Then उसके बाद में क्या further improvement आएगा मालूम? ये बोलेगा ये जो hand है and working this technology which I am making is for brain surgery. Okay? Another inventor will come for a hand working which is for coronary bypass surgery. Another will do for the urinary tract some surgery. Another for bone repair surgery. अलग अलग डिवाइस बनेंगे क्योंकि जो आप इधर हार्ट का जो आर्टरी का सर्जरी करने के लिए जो ग्रास्पिंग पावर है वो इधर लगाएंगे ना तो बड़ा झमेला हो जाएगा. There need to find refinements and additional features and technologies built in to make that thing work, right? That's how it goes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So should I complete close right now or can I take 5 minutes? Okay, right. So time, there were some other things also I had, maybe if we have a longer session, we can cover that. But I hope you got a sense of the practical aspect of what are these terminologies, what is intellectual property, what's the intellectual property rights, and what is the correct thing to do, and the thinking and logical flow process, how a inventor or a patent person thinks in terms of protecting the technology. And most of these inputs came from the questions and points that you raised. Very specific questions and points that you raised, which are really giving us an insight into the practical working of this thing. In terms of how broad should you make your concept idea, as the lady mentioned. And here he's talking about we have to look at the usability. And वो देखेंगे तो क्या होता है? Invention है हाथ में नहीं है. Usability करने का मतलब क्या है? Does it make sense at all? So this is the practical angle that we need to look at and understand regarding this whole thing. With that, we complete this session. Okay, ये basic process and stuff है. Software का I had a slide, but what I would tell you is the software process idea as a concept in terms of flow can be protected through a patent. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the program that somebody develops to implement your idea can be protected through copyright. The expression protected through copyright. So first, what will happen? Somebody in his brain will get an idea for a improved in a process of manufacturing, say rubber. Rubber manufacturing machines controlled by software. Somebody says, if you do this way, the manufacturing time so much will be saved, half time will be saved. Improve the software process this way. So that process, when they get that idea how to change, that process idea will not come in terms of source code. It will come as this machine, this instruction which is given to put this material and heat for this time and then mix like this. Actually, the sequence has to change. And first you have to put this material and then heat like this and then cool like this. Now, am I expressing this software invention in source code or in plain English? Plain English. In plain English, what am I expressing? The underlying concept, the idea. This in plain English description, if I put on paper, no software, no computer will run it because it's not in computer language. So then I will first document this process idea in plain English, apply for a patent for that in plain English. This is the improved process, software process for controlling rubber manufacturing machines. Apply for a patent, and then I'll give it to two programmers. They'll write two different expressions of programs, which can then be copyrighted. You get a sense of technological software processes can be patented. Business, social software processes can't be, right? Yeah, so get this. Software can be patented as long as they are technological in nature. The programs themselves can be copyrighted. Yes, ma'am. No, because business model, right? Business, not technological. No. When he does that, he's using technology, other people's hardware, other people's software he's using, but he didn't invent those. Your process which you invented is a business process, therefore no patent, right? You can copyright the app or any program, yeah. And even if it's same as what, there are already 20 apps, but your expression will get protected. Nobody can make a copy of that app, which can be very valuable. नहीं तो लोग copy बना के distribute करेंगे ना, right? Yes, you wanted to say something? What do you mean? There's a business process. I create a technology that follows. Technology doesn't follow anything. Which is you are improving that business process, or it's being done manually today. You're converting it into a computer implemented. But what's happening is still business process. So जो manually कर रहे हैं आपने computer पे डाला, that's not innovative. That will not be, especially if it's a business process. Technological हो तो शायद होगा. Physical manufacturing कर रहे हो, उसको अभी software control बनाएंगे तो हो सकता है. Because you'll have to add technology to make it automated control through software. That will be a new technology. Sorry? If there are some technical aspects of that guide rail, there could be technical aspects to it also in such a scenario. Okay, how do you get into this in a comfortable manner? And for that, you're providing a technological innovation. Then it could be, right? Yeah.
Stick that to the last question.
Sorry?
We will have to stick that to the last question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. With that, we complete the session. Okay, thank you so much for your participation and your input.
Thank you so much for your valuable knowledge, sir. For the next segment of our conference, we would like to call upon all the startups who are present here to pitch their ideas and what they do for the next 5 minutes or so. Every startup can have their time. I would also like to call Professor Jignesh sir to facilitate. So, if you could just come on stage. Thank you, Mr. Pervez. You may have a seat. Oh, yeah. So all the startups, you may just come and pitch your idea for a few minutes. Good? All right. All right. We'll have the next panel discussion around 5:30. So we have a mixer session. So we'll get started with that ASAP.
Hello, hello. Hello, welcome back everyone. Hope everyone had a productive time till now. So let's proceed to our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion titled Unlocking Innovation, a FinTech Conversation. I'd like to give the first moderator for our evening, but that is our Dr. Ganga, ma'am. She serves as a mentor in residence at the Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, SIGN, the Incubation Center at the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Bombay, and also as a part of GDC, IIT Madras. And NIT, just but that she's also a part of the governing council of S.P.I.T. She leverages her expertise to guide and support startups at various stages of their development. Dr. Ganga holds a PhD in entrepreneurship and has been actively involved in mentoring and fostering innovation. She has participated in events such as today the Apex Symposium and more, where she had shared her insights on guiding entrepreneurs to a success.
Ma'am, we would love for you to have a tea. Next, we have Sir Sandeep Chandalia, who is the founder and CEO of Transily, a digital platform that streamlines forex payments and SME business transfers. With over 25 years of experience in banking and technology, Sandeep sir has held positions at Citigroup, HSBC, ICICI Bank, and Times of Money, focusing on areas like trade finance, remittances, and branch banking. Transily operates under Transpure Solutions Private Limited, a Mumbai-based company established in 2011. Transpure specializes in API-based cross-border payment solutions for B2B clients, facilitating services in travel, education, and individual remittances. Sandeep sir is an alumnus of the KJ Somaya Institute of Management Studies and Research, SIMSR, in Mumbai. He maintains an active online presence, sharing insights in cross-border payments and service exports as well. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Next, we have Mr. Devansh Lakhani. Hello. Yeah. Next, we have Mr. Devansh Lakhani, a chartered accountant, an angel investor, a podcast host, and of course, the founder of Lakhani Financial Services, a boutique investment banking and advisory firm. He specializes in startup fundraising, business plan, and pitch deck preparations, ESOP design, and government grant funding. With a network of 450 plus investors, he has helped 18 plus startups secure funding and assisted 350 plus startups in business strategy development. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Last but not least, we have Sir Pate Shah, who is the co-founder and chief business officer of Knight Fintech, a company specializing in innovative banking technology solutions. With over 15 plus years of professional experience, Pate sir leads the business development team, driving the company's growth and establishing strategic partnerships. Before co-founding Knight Fintech, he worked at Bloomberg RTS in Singapore. Gaining extensive expertise in technology consulting and business development, Parthesh holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from Sardar Patel Institute of Technology, S.P.I.T. itself in Mumbai, and is a chartered finance analyst as well. Knight Fintech, founded in 2019, focuses on transforming the banking industry through cutting-edge technology solutions, including co-leading, digital lending, and treasury management. The company is committed to empowering financial institutions with tools designed for the digital era, optimizing operations and fostering sustainable growth. In addition to this role at Knight Fintech, Parthish actively shares his insights on financial markets and economic trends. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Ganga ma'am, you could start. Yeah.
Should we start with the permission of the MCs? Yeah, thank you for the lovely introduction. Good evening, all of you. I think this is the last session, but we hope to keep it alive and interesting, though we don't belong to your generation and talk that language. But then I'm sure they're all entrepreneurs, so they're forever young. So, that is the way it is. Okay, how many in this audience are students? All are students? I think that's obvious. Achhe se karo. Okay. And startups? Yeah. Startups? Any startups here? And faculty? Faculty? No. Yeah, he is there. Okay. No, yeah. So majority of students. So I'm just kind of setting the context. Okay, great. So how many of you, I'm just asking some raise of hand questions. So all of you get your pocket money, right? Yes. So obviously, otherwise you can't live here. How many of you get pocket money by having to go to the ATM and withdraw the money from the ATM, or probably go to the branch? Okay, none? Achha, okay. And how many of you get it online, GPay? Almost the entire class, right? Okay, great. Next question for probably all, but more the girls and ladies around here. How many of you actually go to a mall and shop for accessories, say for Dashera, Navratri, your accessories and all of it? How many of you really go, okay, one person to the mall? All right. And how many of you do online? First check online. Actually, I can't make out. A lot of them, yeah, including the men. It's not just, this question is gender agnostic. How many of you go online and shop? All of you all. Yeah, you should thank them. Big round of applause to them. So that's fintech for you, okay? So if we could sit at the place of our convenience and do what we want to do, not having to go traffic and all of that, and still be happy with the choice, the decision you've made, saved some buck here and there, got some cashbacks, prizes, etc. That's because of them, and many more, okay? So I hope this is sufficiently inspiring for all of you, okay? Great. So now back to my role, right? So actually, before we start, I actually would like to get the audience to hear about your journey, because you've been a corporate banker. So probably after you graduated from your engineering, you must have taken a job, a placement or a job, so to say. I'm assuming you would also gone through the same journey where, fourth year hua, placement aaya, job liya, and suddenly campus placement, and all of them must be thinking about it. And suddenly I think ye entrepreneurship ka keeda kaise aa gaya? Yeah, so so I want to know the journey so that they understand, how this has been and what is a startup, because all of you are familiar with startups, okay? So you really need to know how the journey of startups began. I'll come to you with a different question. We'll just start with them, yeah? Yes.
Okay. To my background, basically, I just wanted to clarify, I'm a Bachelor of Commerce. So one level below you engineers, but yeah. So I did my BCom and the MBA after that from SIMSR, like the introduction mentioned. So basically, if you look at it, I mean, from the campus, I was selected in City. So I started working in banking, started processing cross-border payments at that, I'm talking about many years back. So when I started, and then I continued for a long time in terms of till 2012, I was working with banks. So I was working last with HSBC, selling export payments and import payments to large corporates like Siemens, L&T, and etc. And that's when I realized that there are opportunities in this particular segment where you could actually create solutions which can be offered. So there are solutions that are there for enabling these transactions, but then there are a lot of things that can be done over and above what is there in the market, what was there in the market at that point in time. So I also had some experience working with a smaller company. So in a way, like a kind of startup, while I can't call it a startup because it was kind of a company owned by Times Group and Citibank. But if you looked at that company had about 150 people. So the company was called Times of Money. It had 150 people and like very startup kind of culture. And that's where I identified that I like that kind of culture more versus a large corporate, because what you realize is that in a large, very large corporate, you are the value that or the work that you do brings incremental kind of effort or the result to the kind of output that is coming out. But if you're working in a startup, what you do actually makes a huge difference.